We welcome you to this course, Empowering Yourself in a Post-Truth World. We developed this course based on themes in our new book, Meta-Literate Learning for the Post-Truth World. In a connected world, there is so much potential to communicate with people through social media and emerging technologies. Most of us make these connections daily. But there are downsides, such as the false information that is so easily created and shared online. In a post-truth world, we tend to stay within like-minded communities, seeking only information that confirms our existing beliefs.
In this course, we will consider the importance of facts and expertise while reflecting on our own thinking and feeling about issues. Together, we will think about ways to reinvent a truthful world based on communities of trust. You will learn about the meta-literacy framework, which promotes active and empowering learner roles and characteristics. And you'll consider the importance of metacognition, or thinking about how you think. You will also learn about the 4 domains of meta-literate learning that are embedded in the meta-literacy model. And you'll gain knowledge about the goals and learning objectives that support these active roles.
We all have preconceptions and biases, but it can be very powerful to have a framework that helps to move beyond them. In this course, we'll explore the meaning and implications of post-truth. You will examine your own experiences with post-truth challenges, and you will learn about meta-literacy, an empowering framework for engaged and self-directed learning.
You will delve into the realms of expertise and authority and consider what has happened to these concepts in the post-truth environment.
As a meta-literate learner, you'll be an effective consumer and producer of information. You'll grapple with how media can be used to construct empowering digital narratives or to misrepresent the truth. You'll learn how we can work together to expand the definition of trust in online communities. Who and what should you trust online?
You'll consider how to leverage the power of networked online communities to make meaningful connections and contributions.
We are really pleased to engage in this global experience with you. Together, we will confront the challenges of the post-truth world and share strategies that will help you become a reflective and responsible producer of information. Collectively, we will take positive steps towards creating new communities of trust.
We are really excited about this course and hope it is an area that you'd like to learn more about. We and the rest of the team look forward to seeing you in the course.
Are you living in a post-truth world? What is post-truth? Do you question and challenge efforts to diminish the meaning of truth? As you engage in this MOOC, you will learn how meta-literacy provides strategies to reject post-truth modes of thinking and acting. Meta-literacy encourages you to reflect on your own thinking and to build and contribute to collaborative communities of trust. As you become a meta-literate learner, you will apply meta-literacy goals and learning objectives that prepare you to take on active roles and to question false and misleading information. Dealing with the post-truth world is not an entirely new problem. One of the first uses of the term post-truth was in 1992. Tesich argued that as a society, we began to accept a new post-truth reality as early as the 1960s and 70s after being disappointed by actions and scandals of our political leaders. In 2004, Ralph Keyes wrote a book on post-truth and argued that we all have a responsibility for post-truth circumstances, especially when we use words such as misspeak, exaggerate, and spin to describe less than truthful behaviors or actions. Reflect on your own individual responsibility to advance and uphold the truth. What can we do as individuals to reinforce a truthful world? Collectively, how can we support and champion truth? Consider a time that you observed directly or learned from history when truth rose above efforts to suppress it. What can we do in our communities, both local and global, to advance truth? According to the Oxford English Dictionary, post-truth is, quote, relating to or denoting circumstances in which objective facts are less influential in shaping public opinion than appeals to emotion and personal belief. In this era of post-truth politics, it's easy to cherry-pick data and come to whatever conclusion you desire, end quote. In other words, how individuals feel about an issue or the emotional response they may have to a topic or concern has more influence than the pursuit of objective and verifiable facts. This raises questions about whether or not facts or truth even matter when everyone can just arrive at their own conclusions based on how they feel about something. If facts don't matter in a post-truth world, everyone can choose to believe whatever they want based on personal or political beliefs. What if someone believes that the Earth is flat? Does that make it true? In the face of science and facts, this belief is on shaky ground, to say the least. To believe that the Earth is flat is also counter to documented photographic evidence, including this beautiful and iconic image of the Earth called Earthrise, taken in 1968 by Bill Anders, one of the astronauts from the Apollo 8 mission. And of course, this image of the Earth taken on December 7th in 1972 by the Apollo 17 crew. So how do we bridge divides between scientific facts and personal beliefs? Is it even possible to do so? How do we get out of our own like-minded communities to cross the divide and engage with people who have different perspectives while also supporting scientific evidence and reason? How do we have constructive dialogue and energetic debate about such complex and contentious issues without losing sight of facts and civility? In a post-truth world, it is sometimes difficult to tell what is real and what is fake, especially when the false information is intentionally created and shared through social media. Even the term fake news has changed in meaning during the post-truth era. At first, fake news referred to comedy routines or parody of real news stories. Then it was applied to the false information that circulated during the 2016 presidential election. But the term has since been appropriated to describe any legitimate news organization that counters the prevailing narrative. The displacement of objective and professional news reporting by alternative facts is an attack on the free press and one of the most destructive aspects of the post-truth era. Developing oneself as a meta-literate learner is a starting point for differentiating truth from untruth and fact from fiction. Meta-literacy is an empowering approach to learning that advances metacognitive thinking and active learner roles and strategies. Through this model, you will develop an integrated set of learner characteristics and roles that encourage active participation and the production of new knowledge both individually and in collaboration with others. The meta-literate goals and learning objectives provide tangible actions that are especially relevant to the challenges of the post-truth world. For instance, in order to look critically at the impact of bias in all sources of information, it is important to apply the first goal of meta-literacy to actively evaluate content while also evaluating one's own biases. Doing so involves the learning objective acknowledging that content is not always produced for legitimate reasons and biases exist, both subtle and overt. A second goal of meta-literacy is to engage with all intellectual property ethically and responsibly. This allows us to better understand how information is created and shared and the ethical considerations that go along with being a consumer and producer of information. One of the supporting objectives for this goal is to identify and follow the specific intellectual property attribution expectations in the setting in which you are working. The collaborative dimension of this process is addressed in the third goal, to produce and share information in collaborative and participatory environments. This requires you to apply the learning objective to see yourself as a creator of information and to participate conscientiously in collaborative spaces. The fourth goal of meta-literacy is to develop learning strategies to meet lifelong personal and professional goals. This is a continuous process that requires you to put into practice the objective to engage in informed, self-directed learning that encourages a broader worldview. In a post-truth world, individual biases and partisan divides present many challenges to the understanding of objective facts. Meta-literate learners, however, are reflective and empowered participants who build on the strength of connected communities to reimagine a truthful world.
What is a metaliterate learner? Metaliteracy supports an individual's desire to learn throughout their lifespan. It recognizes that in order to be a well-informed, contributing citizen, learning needs to be continual. A metaliterate learner takes ownership of their own learning goals, is open to new challenges, adapts to new situations and new technologies, reflects on personal growth, and considers multiple perspectives and ideas. Let's explore the 4 learning domains that are central to metaliteracy: the metacognitive, the cognitive, the behavioral, and the affective. By delving into each of these 4 domains, we will consider aspects of learning that address the whole person, which is essential when striving to become an active metaliterate learner. As we explore the 4 domains of learning, think about how you may relate to each of these 4 areas. The metacognitive domain reinforces an individual's ability to reflect and regulate their own learning pathway. The meta in metaliteracy intentionally aligns with the meta in metacognition, which is essentially thinking about one's own thinking. Through self-reflection, you can identify your own strengths and areas for improvement, which is valuable in any learning situation. Self-regulation is empowering because it puts you in charge of developing your own strategies for success while motivating self-directed action. Metacognition is one of the central responsibilities of being a metaliterate learner because it requires continual self-reflection to be followed by appropriate action. The cognitive domain refers to your level of understanding and the knowledge gained after successfully completing learning activities. It involves the comprehension of information, the organization of ideas, the application of knowledge, and the ability to evaluate and think critically. While metacognition is thinking about one's own thinking, cognition is the thinking itself. The behavioral domain supports what individuals are able to do as part of the learning process. In other words, how you put skills and competencies into practice. The behavioral domain plays out in formal learning situations and in everyday life. The higher-level thinking goals emphasized in metaliteracy are built on a strong foundation of competencies. The affective domain describes the emotions and attitudes that individuals possess. From a metaliterate perspective, learning is impacted by affective considerations, such as how you feel about an issue or by an attitude you may have about a specific topic or concern. Your emotions and attitudes may interact with the other domains. An emotional response may motivate you to ask questions and to learn more about a particular concern or issue. On the other hand, emotional or attitudinal responses may also prevent you from looking at issues objectively because of deeply held viewpoints that may interfere with logic and reason. The 4 domains of learning are interrelated and provide checks and balances to thinking processes. You possess the ability for all of these learning domains. Your awareness about this approach is itself metacognitive, providing you with an opportunity to analyze how you think, what you do, what you can control, and how you respond.
Metaliteracy encourages reflection, careful thought, action, and an awareness of how you feel about your learning. What are some of the active roles that emerge from this process? As we review the metaliteracy diagram, think about which ones you identify with the most. Metaliterate participants are actively engaged in interactive social spaces that include virtual and real-world communities. Participation requires an emphasis on building communities of trust through responsible and ethical contributions by all of the members. Participants include voters, community members, volunteers, and facilitators. For example,
imagine the important role of a local community organizer who gets people together to actively participate in a grassroots effort within a specific community. Trying to bridge differences among participants in any community or across vast divides requires effective communication. Meta-literate communicators adapt to and apply changing technologies to effectively create and share information with others. They are aware of how they deliver messages while keeping in mind diverse audiences in a global community. Effective communicators include journalists, editors, writers, public speakers, and teachers. Imagine how liberating it is for a blogger to self-publish a blog to communicate something entirely new to an online audience. At the same time, think about the responsibilities that go along with writing, editing, and posting the blog in an accurate, ethical, and truthful way. Communication oftentimes requires the translation of different kinds of information. From a meta-literacy perspective, this means more than translating from one language to another. Meta-literate translators adapt information from one form to another. This involves an understanding of how to translate ideas across formats and for multiple audiences. Translators include playwrights, artists, media developers, and game designers. Think about how filmmakers often adapt ideas from books and plays to create a movie. The filmmaker gives credit to where the original ideas came from and what inspired the new film. Authorship is a dynamic process that focuses on the creation of information in many different forms. Meta-literate authors continuously keep current to learn effective new methods for creating original information or synthesizing reliable content from verified sources. They also understand and advance digital ethics in producing and sharing content. Authors are podcasters, videographers, and songwriters. Imagine how digital storytellers construct narratives with digital images, narration, and multimedia. This is a creative process that requires an understanding of how to differentiate between original and repurposed materials when creating and sharing digital content. Meta-literacy advances the idea that learners are also teachers. Meta-literate teachers are open to working with others and taking responsibility for how learning emerges formally and informally. In collaborative information environments, knowledge is co-created and shared. Teachers are mentors, peers, colleagues, and collaborative members of a community. They have a responsibility for staying current and looking at issues fairly and objectively before sharing knowledge with others. Meta-literate collaborators understand that cooperative ventures build strong communities and result in positive and sustained outcomes that could not be achieved alone. Collaborators are wiki editors, members of a project team, and volunteers at a local community organization. Think about the way graphic designers work with a web team to create visuals that support the website under development. This individual needs to understand the overall goals of the project and engage in a team-based approach that benefits from everyone's contribution and shared vision. Meta-literacy supports learners as producers of original and repurposed information in multiple formats and styles. Meta-literate producers expand upon abilities to effectively consume information by creating it responsibly and ethically in collaboration with others. Producers are media makers, content developers, remixers, artists, and curators. Consider how empowering it is to create a digital image or digital media project and then share it with an online audience. What are the responsibilities that accompany the production and distribution of objects for a Pinterest board or tweets for a Twitter feed? Meta-literate publishers recognize that the production and distribution of information takes many forms and requires responsible editorial filters that promote truth, verifiable content, democratic ideals, and inclusive voices. All of these roles are supported by objective and unbiased research as a process of lifelong discovery. Publishers are bloggers, YouTube content creators, and Pinterest developers. Publishing digital content reaches a potentially global audience that traditional media may not be able to access and requires a commitment to accuracy, reliability, and authenticity of the materials shared. It also benefits from cultural sensitivity and communication across different perspectives and worldviews. Meta-literate researchers ask good questions and critically evaluate sources of information to verify authenticity and credibility, while also checking one's own biases and making unique contributions as part of an ongoing academic dialogue. Researchers are historians, archivists, and storytellers. Consider the proactive patient seeking medical information to prepare for a conversation with their medical provider. The information sought out must be accurate and reliable, and the search must be kept private, secure, and confidential. Now that we have introduced the meta-literate learner roles, think about the ways that you play these parts in your own lifelong learning.
To me, an expert is someone who has a great deal of skill and knowledge about a particular topic. They could have gotten that through a number of ways, but I think mainly experience, which is a great teacher, and it comes from learning. And it could be from learning in a college, or it could be learning through books, whatever it takes for someone to acquire a certain amount of knowledge in a particular area.
I believe that an expert is someone who has extensive experience and study in a particular area and has really lived that area long enough that they can adapt and understand and assess almost any situation that they're in.
An expert is someone who knows things. Now, that's pretty simple, but really it is somebody who knows things. The key is we all know things. So what context are we looking at? I think what makes an expert is somebody also who knows what they don't know.
My judgment may carry more weight because I've done the hard work that is required to think critically about the subject that I'm talking about.
Distinguishing characteristic of an expert, as opposed to someone who just has a passing interest in a subject or likes to think about a subject, is accountability. So if there are mechanisms in place by which this person's command of the field is tested, or if there's a credentialing capability, so for example, obtaining academic credentials or press credentials or credentials in a trade, that helps to distinguish between people who are true experts in a field from people who maybe have an interest but don't quite have the expertise, if you will, to be considered an expert.
People who are perhaps technically amateurs, they don't have a PhD in history or they don't have a formal training, may have been practitioners for years and developed expertise. That too can happen.
I can rely upon them because they have something that maybe I don't have.
There are questions that you should always ask yourself whenever you come across a source on the internet. Why, or what is the purpose of this source? Right? What is the agenda behind it? What authority or credibility does the person who wrote it have? At the end of the day, also, I do think life experience is a really important source of credibility as well. You know, it's not just any single thing. It's a lot of different things that you need to look at almost simultaneously, which is why telling what is a good source from a bad source can be very challenging. It's not even easy for professionals like me, but I think it's something you can develop and get better at.
This is another area where our institutions are quite valuable. And so as you have sources that are well credentialed, so for example, in the field of journalism, if you have various news outlets that have years and years of accountability and trust and respectability that they've built up, those sources are much more reliable than sources that where people are expressing opinions but haven't passed through that lens of accountability in quite as rigorous a way, and therefore are generally less trustworthy sources when comparing sort of these multitude of voices that we have access to today.
For me, to believe a source and find it as valid, I think it has to have a proven track record of truth, and whether they have a track record of being accurate and as relatively unbiased as possible.
Amateurs read the text, but professionals read the footnotes. If you really want to know, how does this person know or how can they know what they claim to know? Look at the scaffolding that they built their argument on. Where did they get their information? Did they get it from other secondary sources? In history, a secondary source is something that someone has used, a narrative someone has written from materials in the past. The primary sources are materials directly from the past, whether they're physical or textual materials. And so if you base your argument on those primary materials, that's much more convincing. If you're sifting other people's arguments about those materials, you haven't maybe exposed yourself in a way that would allow you to make reliable judgments. Just to measure the internal coherence and consistency of arguments is another way to do this. Students need to be able to learn how to distinguish between a logical, rationally advanced argument and something, again, that is maybe just opinion.
So when you see information for the first time from a source and maybe you don't understand that source, you want to cross-check that information with other sources, particularly sources that have been shown to be reliable. Sort of that instinct to cross-check information as you come across it, if you're not sort of certain in advance that if it's perhaps dubious information, I think is an important characteristic that we should all try to refine as best we can.
Sometimes I can size up a situation quickly. Other times it takes me a little bit more time because I try to understand how this person acquired that information or that skill, that knowledge, that expertise, and then then I have to make a judgment whether this is going to be helpful to me or not.
Consider the role of the expert in your own life. If you need help with tasks such as putting up a ceiling light fixture or troubleshooting why your car won't start, what do? Do you try to learn enough to do it yourself? Or do you call someone with more expertise? You may go online to watch a video or read instructions and decide whether you have a good shot at accomplishing the project yourself. But sometimes a need is too complex or the stakes are too high to rely on someone who isn't an expert. In the video montage, you heard about some possible definitions of experts and some of the ways people might develop expertise. Remember that becoming an expert can take many years or even decades of study or experience, failure as well as success, and the patience and focus that is required to stay with a topic for that long. Our lives can move so fast, and we are inundated with so many different types of information, much of which is created without careful deliberation, planning, or resourcefulness. Experts can help provide the very slow and careful process of researching, validating, consensus building, that are necessary not only to help us make important decisions, but also to explore and understand our world. Thus, placing a high value on experts is good for us as individuals and good for society as a whole. But what about authority? Not all the information you consume is going to be written by experts. How can you begin to decide what information is authoritative enough for a particular need? What is authority anyway? Of the many definitions of authority in the Oxford English Dictionary, one interesting definition is the power to inspire belief in the truth of something. This definition showcases multiple facets of authority. Authoritative information is not only about the presence of truth, but also about making the truth believable. Information that is authoritative then contains useful knowledge, the truth of something, but it is also presented within a context that is empowered to spread the knowledge by inspiring belief. This means that there are aspects of credibility and authority that are perceived qualities, and you have to decide what combination of elements need to be present in a piece of information for truth to be perceived, believed, and accepted. That is, for it to be authoritative. When you think about authority, you might think directly about the idea of authorship, and especially the expertise and or credibility of the creator of a piece of information. For example, if you think about wanting to quote an authoritative figure in the field of astronomy, you might think of Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, or Stephen Hawking. Their celebrated books and important positions mean that you are more likely to believe them when they tell you about the universe. Sources authored by experts, such as scholars, scientists, researchers, or practitioners, tend to carry a high level of authority. And this is why peer-reviewed or scholarly articles, which are sources that embrace all scholarship as a conversation amongst experts in the same field, are so prized. But in today's world, where there is so much information, misinformation, and false information available at our fingertips, it is critical to be able to make distinctions when scholarly articles aren't part of the mix, as they so often are not. So it's important to think about how your assessment of the authority of a piece of information might need to go beyond the question of who the creator is. For example, you might need to think about when the piece of information was created. This could be a particular time of day, or a particular year, or a particular historical period. Can you figure out why the information was created? Can you figure out the format of the information? This is like the container that's holding the information. Examples might include books, blog posts, YouTube videos, scholarly articles, advertisements, songs, artifacts, tweets, or reports. And does that format have any implications that might impact your assessment of the authority of the piece of information? Is the information affiliated with an established and credible institution, government, or organization? What is the subject matter? And is the subject matter well suited to the other factors that you're examining? What about the style, the mood, or the character of the information? And for what audience was the information originally intended? Finally, can you figure out if the information accounts for many different points of view and perspectives? All of these elements, among many others, are a part of the context of the information under consideration and can be essential factors in assessing authority and determining the extent to which a given information source is appropriate for a particular information need or situation. If you would like to further explore the relationship between authority and context, you can check out the discussion board activity in Section 2. That's where you'll have the opportunity to assess a tweet by Neil deGrasse Tyson. You can find out what kinds of context you find important if you want to try to understand the authority of this tweet. Chances are you'll probably discover there are multiple contexts to consider. Analyzing the authority of a given piece of information is a complicated task. It involves balancing many factors. You might not always automatically think about all of these different factors in the quickness of the moment, but if you can take some time to do the hard work that is often required, you can develop more awareness of the value of authority and bring yourself closer to achieving meta-literacy.
I think the main problem is that people have difficulty identifying expertise, identifying who is and is not an expert. And so the mismatch between people's desire to find experts and to extract knowledge from them is not well paired in this environment where it's very difficult for people, when there's many different voices talking and saying many different things, to identify who is and isn't an expert and where to actually gain the expertise that they're looking for.
There's so much information out there now, and it comes from so many different places, but I like to know who I'm talking to and what they value. Social media, you have a certain amount of anonymity, and I'm not too trusting of that.
Access to so much information within that that environment, it becomes more difficult to figure out who to listen to and who might actually have the authority to make judgments rather than the ability just to have an opinion about something. And I think that's a really critical difference that I talk about with my students, particularly graduate students who are training to be experts in my field. I tell them, you're going to make judgments. You're not going to have opinions in the same way. I mean, there's a difference between making a judgment and having an opinion. I have an opinion about what's wrong with my car. A mechanic can make a judgment about what's wrong with my car, and that's what expertise offers you.
Information is so easily accessible. It is easier for people to gain that access, and I think at times they then devalue expertise if they can find those answers for themselves. I think it's hard to be considered an expert in the current media environment, because if someone doesn't like what you have to say, they will simply reply with an article that it completely contradicts you, even if it's not based in fact. And even if you point out that that's not a reputable news source or that's not how things actually went, the fact that they can go on Google and get the answer they want, even if it's not reality, makes it hard for truth to be discerned.
People have a tendency, when they encounter information that is counter to their own previous worldview, often reject those notions out of hand, and that bias then can filter the type of information people let in. And so people then will have a tendency to let in information that might be quite biased, but is more commensurate with their own worldview than other sources of information, which in fact may be more factual or maybe more truthful.
People who write books are people who believe strongly in the information or the position that they are exploring. But again, we always leave things out. And what is left out in anything tells you a lot about what the producer or creator is pushing for. So it's always there. We're only human. We only have so much time to read and research and balance things. But I think if we are at the very, very least aware that bias is unavoidable, I think that's a really, really good start. Now, whether that's enough, I'm not sure. But without that knowledge, then again, we really are just at the mercy of whatever information or source or person comes along and tries to sell us something.
Who is doing the talking? Can you see their identity in the way they present the information, the way they make arguments? But you also have to be careful about that. You can't dismiss people's arguments just because, oh, well, that person has this political leaning or has this gender or you know, this particular perspective doesn't invalidate their argument. So you need to be aware, I think, of bias, but you also can't just assume that everyone is biased, which I also see among students and other people. They just won't believe anything. Well, that's, you know, that I think is another kind of abdication of the hard work of sifting and thinking about the information.
And so I think one of the most important things that people can learn is how to suppress their own biases enough in order to get a nice sampling of different points of view, especially ones that, as was mentioned before, are more trustworthy and more accountable to getting things incorrect. And so the more that people can control their own biases and understand their own biases, the more that they can correct for them in the information that they allow themselves to digest.
Clearly, if I find myself agreeing and nodding along to everything that I'm hearing or reading, then there's a bias. And consequently, if I find myself wanting to throw something at the television set, I realize there's a bias there too. So for me, what I try to do is hear something from multiple points of view and see if at the end the facts are the same. I would advise people to look for multiple sources and to see if they can glean the same story or facts from different points of view. When consuming news, look outside of American media and see what the spin from a BBC or The Guardian or a different news source, just to see what the take on it is and if it delivers the same content differently.
Having a PhD in history does not mean that you're infallible, that you know everything there is to know about history and that your judgments are sound or reliable. They may not be. So I think you have to balance the idea, well, does this person have credentials? Are they an expert in the field? With a judgment of the work itself. When I'm looking at an information source, what is the quality of the work? What are the sources? How do they talk about the ways they came to the judgment, the way they arrived at the conclusions that they come to? I think that's important, and you can develop that only really over time.
I'd like to know why people are involved in something. You know, what do they bring to an issue or a situation? You know, if I believe that there's some bias there for whatever reason, and we all have our biases, but I like to know what they are, then that helps me make a judgment about whether I trust the information that I'm getting.
Metacognition comes in, that you need to think about the way you're thinking about things. And you need to do things like examine yourself for bias and so forth, but that's a constant process that you need to think, oh no, I've transcended bias, I'm an expert now, I don't need to worry about them. No, that's every day, every moment that you need to be thinking about those things.
How do you know who and what to trust in a post-truth world? In online environments, where digital information can be misleading or untruthful, people can hide behind anonymous personas, and websites track and share your online behavior and personal data. Establishing trust can be a challenge. While our connected world has led to wider participation, it has also been used to distribute false information and challenge our sense of personal privacy. Social media sites routinely collect your online information and may share it without you even knowing. When you click to approve the terms of service, you may have granted consent without realizing what you signed up for. In another example, you've probably noticed those annoying ads that follow you around after you click on a commercial product or site. When searching for something to purchase as a consumer, it is very common to see ads for that product or something similar as part of your online activity, unless, of course, you are careful about your privacy settings or used a search engine that doesn't track your online searching behavior. Considering some of the challenges of today's post-truth world, when social media is used to create and share false information, and commercial sites monitor your online behavior or share your data, it may seem daunting to build trust in communities that value multiple perspectives and viewpoints. A community may be defined as a group of individuals who share common viewpoints, interests, and goals. Communities require trust in order to work collaboratively toward the same goals and to produce information that is authentic and reliable. In a community of trust, people rely on each other and know that their ideas will always be considered and respected as part of an ongoing and productive dialogue. Differences within a community of trust are valued as the group works constructively toward a common goal or objective. Some individuals have violated trust in online communities by posting or sharing false information. In one high-profile case from 2005, the target of an online hoax fought back and made significant changes as a result. John Siegenthaler Sr., after learning that a false biography about him was posted by an anonymous user on Wikipedia, wrote an op-ed piece for USA Today that described why the false entry was so personally and professionally offensive. As a well-respected journalist who was a strong voice for First Amendment rights, Mr. Siegenthaler effectively challenged the anonymous editorial format of Wikipedia. This incident led to changes at Wikipedia, including a biographies of living persons policy and tightened controls over who can establish a new page. the Wikipedia leadership and community took responsibility for the technical and policy issues that made it possible for an anonymous user to create the hoax, rebuilding trust in this open resource while supporting and affirming the importance of user-generated content. Trust also impacts our experiences with social media sites and how our personal data is collected and used. Facebook was involved in a vast security breach of user data in advance of the 2016 presidential election. Cambridge Analytica, a data analytics firm, accessed the private information of more than 87 million users for political purposes without their knowledge or permission. This is one of the most significant violations of consumer data during the post-truth era and demonstrates the failure of Facebook to protect the data of millions of unsuspecting users who had trusted their platform to connect with friends. It shows that personal data is seen as a commodity by commercial platforms and is easily shared without the awareness of the participants. Facebook's role in allowing the distribution of false information is also problematic, since we now know that 126 million Americans, which is 1/3 of the population, were exposed to Russian-linked fake news during the 2016 presidential election. Facebook sold 3,000 ads to Russian agents as part of this propaganda campaign. In addition, Twitter was used to disseminate 131,000 messages from the same source, and YouTube, a Google resource, published over 1,000 videos from the same Russian agency. Considering the many challenges of a post-truth world, think about what is needed to reimagine and reinvent purposeful online communities. As a meta-literate learner, you have the potential to be a civic-minded contributor to social spaces who works to build trust with other participants in collaborative environments. The meta-literacy learning objectives support the ability to determine what kind of information can be trusted while building community in different social settings. Meta-literate learners critically assess information from all sources, including dynamic content that circulates online. This objective recognizes information in multiple forms while emphasizing the need to evaluate where it came from and who authored it. As part of this process, meta-literate learners evaluate user-generated information in social media environments and differentiate between opinion and fact. This objective values the contributions from participants while analyzing whether someone is expressing their own view or sharing a factual statement. Since participation and responsibility are both essential to building trust, meta-literate learners participate conscientiously in collaborative environments and take responsibility for their participation. Both objectives require individuals to think carefully about the contributions they make and to participate responsibly in a variety of social settings. As much as you may want to trust the online platforms you use on a daily basis, you also need to bring a critical perspective to these environments. This means that meta-literate learners protect personal privacy and actively secure your online information. This objective requires careful attention to terms of service, decisions about consent, and awareness of platform policy regarding user data. This outcome is related to another one requiring you to critically adapt to and understand new technologies and the impact they have on learning. Your openness to try out new environments must be balanced with securing your own online information. As you think about your experiences with a post-truth society, explore the meta-literate learner objectives to develop actions that reinforce truthful and trusted communities.
I'm the face behind the fusion of news stories, photographs, and video, who vets the accuracy and refines the meaning of the content that reaches you. I am a news editor. I make these decisions based on time-honored journalistic principles. But today, you are subjected to unfiltered, deceptive content in the multi-platform post-truth era. And here's how. The photo in the tweet triggers your path to deception in as little as 13 milliseconds. Your brain dedicates about 85% of its processing to make sense of it. Your comprehension of the text with the photo finally catches up, but you'll likely believe the false claim merely because a photo is present. Then confirmation bias settles in. So congratulations, not to you, but to the social propagandist. You have just fallen prey within seconds to intersemiotic contextual misrepresentation, and you weren't even aware. This targeted campaign to manipulate you is a success. The weaponizing of the modalities of writing, image, sound, and video for political and social propaganda is easy, low-tech, and a constant barrage in today's social media environment. Well, let's not condemn ourselves for irrational thinking, but recognize that we, as human beings, are naturally susceptible to misinformation and disinformation by virtue of how we perceive and process cognitively. So let's refer to ourselves as human being version 1.0. However, I will demonstrate how meta-literate learners can develop judgment for identifying and exposing these malpractices to protect themselves, their loved ones, and the public trust. This segment and Chapter 5 in Meta-Literacy Learning in the Post-Truth World analyze the synergistic association of several case studies in news to illustrate how modalities are easily manipulated and misunderstood. Meta-literacy is an empowering response to these concerns that supports learners in developing detection and prevention strategies. We'll examine how disinformation and misinformation occur on different news delivery platforms, especially mobile devices. At the end of the day, we want to kick back, relax, and watch or read our favorite news and entertainment venues. But it's game on for the media manipulator as you let down your guard. But meta-literacy learning transforms gullible human being version 1.0 to critical thinker 2.0.
Long before entering academia and helping to create educational content, I worked behind the scenes as a commercial broadcast engineer at the top news station in one of the most competitive markets in the U.S. On any given day, I could find myself working with Oprah Winfrey or Peter Jennings or even a former U.S. president, but most of the job was focused on news programming. Working behind the scenes is a dispassionate process. The role was to be part of the broadcast delivery machine without any responsibility for decision-making or content creation. This sparked my early interest in how the audience consumes and understands mass communication. And when combined with the growing role of social media, whether there was a fundamental public misunderstanding of the difference between news, editorials, and opinion. In other words, how can meta-literacy help grow an informed citizenry, the foundation of our democracy? What role do we each play in taking responsibility for how the content we choose to consume affects us? When millions of people see, hear, and experience the same images, sound, and representations of an event together, it can have a collective impact on our conscience. Whether it's a World Cup or the Super Bowl or the events of 9/11 or the Fukushima nuclear plant meltdown, we experience a shared emotional effect. This phenomena of a collective experience captured my curiosity, and I began researching the origins of meta-literacy even before I left my broadcast career. Let's consider some definitions. The term media is plural for medium. Mass communication mediums include books, magazines, broadcast radio and television, cable systems, wireless and computer networks, the internet. Any system that can transmit a message from one point of origin to mass numbers of people. But what about the definition of media impact? Impact, the force of impression of one thing on another. A significant or major effect, the impact of science on our society, or an environmental impact study. What about the term effect, media effect? An effect always follows a cause. So if you stumble or fall on a sidewalk, which is causal, the effect would be a scraped knee and probably pain. If you're watching a sad movie, a cause, the effect could be a tight throat or tears welling up in your eyes. Both media impact or media effect suggest that content delivered through a mass medium will have an impact or an effect on the receiver, or termed more accurately, a consumer of content. The phenomena of a shared experience as the result of media effects or media impact should first be grounded or considered in light of what the receiver, or again termed more accurately, the consumer, brings to the message. Once human behavior evolved beyond the needs of hunter-gatherers, we began to understand how emotion can predict behavior. For example, nobody wants to be thought of or judged as stupid or immoral or unbalanced by others. Anyone would feel hurt, angry, or slighted by even the suggestion. Leaving aside the art of human interaction, how we phrase interactions with each other, let's first consider the norming effect and how culture informs our individual worldview, which in turn affects how we make meaning of the constant stream of messages we're exposed to and how we react to them. Definition of worldview: the confluence of values, emotions, and ethics, or the moral compass, is how we understand the world around us. Professor Abraham Maslow postulated in 1943 that we have a hierarchy of needs that informs human behavior. The foundation is the need for physiological fundamentals like food, water, and shelter. Next, we need to feel safe and secure to preserve health, wellness, and financial security, the elements that protect us from accidents or harm. Humans need to exist in a community. We have a need to develop friendships, pursue romance, build family, and be part of structured organizations with shared values like churches or community groups. And community feeds into our need to feel accomplishment, prestige, and self-esteem. We strive to gain acceptance through professional or personal activities that reinforce our value. This helps explain the need to seek out others who agree and reinforce our worldview. We bond over shared experience, and the more personal it is to each of us, the more powerful the effect. Even gossip, which most people agree is destructive, provides a sense of a shared experience, because when we build allies to reinforce our worldview, we experience a sense of safety and belonging. Changing a worldview isn't easy. Even motivated individuals who want to change their worldview or broaden it have difficulty because it's formed at such an early age and strongly influenced by the culture in which we grew up. The old saying, "People won't remember what you say, but they'll remember how you made them feel," applies to how our worldview was formed. And as Maslow suggested, the perception of fear has the greatest influence on how we respond. In Heatherton and Weiler's book, Prius or Pickup: How Answers to 4 Simple Questions Explain America's Great Divide, a random sample tested the worldview of individual Americans by asking which of the 2 statements they most resonated with. Perhaps consider which statement you identify with. Obviously, there is no correct answer. The first is, our lives are threatened by terrorists, criminals, and illegal immigrants, and our priority should be to protect ourselves. Or, it's a big, beautiful world, mostly full of good people, and we must find a way to embrace each other and not allow ourselves to become isolated. The result? About half of the survey's respondents chose each option, suggesting that Americans are split roughly evenly. Those who perceive physical threats tend to be more suspicious of people who don't look like them, and that threats stemming from cultural change, including mass immigration, are all around them. But people who perceive their surroundings as big, beautiful world are less likely to believe that racial and cultural change is dangerous. In fact, they're more likely to believe that the real danger lies in not embracing change. Heatherton's findings illustrate and help explain how America's cultural and political division and the rise of fake news can take root more easily than we might realize, particularly when people do not understand the fundamental differences between professionally produced news, professional editorials, and opinion freely available on social media and fostered by non-professional blogs or websites, which often obscure political or public relation agendas. Professor George Gerbner, father of the mean world theory, provided evidence that violence on television has a powerful effect on viewers' perceptions of the world, particularly if their worldview is fear-based. He testified before Congress in 1981 that, and I quote, "Fearful people are more dependent, more easily manipulated and controlled, more susceptible to deceptively simple, strong, hardline measures." Close quote. Gerbner cautioned that traditional culture and values rooted in parenting, church, and community tradition were slowly being taken over by large media conglomerates who have no story to tell, but a great deal to sell. Combining the expertise of serious communication researchers with work grounded in social psychology and sociology, a powerful argument can be made that the worldview that consumer brings to media reinforces a personal belief system. This is what makes the so-called media echo chamber a concern. A meta-literate consumer of knowledge understands that by nature, human beings are attracted to those of a similar mindset to reinforce our beliefs. Maslow framed how we need these relationships to reinforce our sense of social value and competence within our own chosen communities. Meta-literate people understand the importance of relying on reliable experts and multiple sources of information, even when a viewpoint doesn't resonate with their own core values. The human quality of empathy, the ability to suspend your worldview in order to consider that of another person's, is a powerful tool in critical thinking and critical to an informed democracy.
In this module, you will explore ways to raise and share your voice in a post-truth world. Doing so requires being a responsible information producer who critically adapts to media environments to create and share your ideas. This involves the development of several meta-literate learner characteristics. As you strive to become a meta-literate learner, what are the specific characteristics you recognize? You may already possess some of these qualities based on your prior learning, or you may identify a few that you will want to expand as part of a lifelong journey. As part of this module, you will also be introduced to several different individuals who talk about the responsibilities of information production. As you prepare to raise and share your own voice, you will develop strategies to reclaim the promise of a connected world. The optimism we once had for a social media to connect us all in online communities has been replaced by a post-truth reality that misleads and divides us. Should we disconnect from these online spaces and delete our social media accounts, or find ways to take ownership for the communities we create, moderate, and share? We have many options for how we should respond to the post-truth circumstances, and as this MOOC has shown, the issues are complex and do not necessarily have easy answers. But one way forward is to take responsibility for the information we create through all of our connected communities. As you develop as a meta-literate learner, you will gain several interrelated characteristics that will support you in contributing meaningful content while raising and sharing your own voice. Collectively, all of these interrelated characteristics define the meta-literate learner. Think about the specific qualities you may already possess and those that may need further development. How might you put these key themes into practice as you follow your own path as an empowered meta-literate learner? As the current situation has shown, a post-truth reality reveals how people gravitate to their own like-minded communities to confirm their own beliefs. These challenges have emerged as a result of proprietary social media platforms that were developed to bring people together and turn a profit. In developing the next generation of social systems, we all need to be careful about the proprietary and political interests that take advantage of users who are interested in participating online. Doing so will challenge the false and unreliable information that is created and shared in these spaces. As we move beyond the post-truth world, we need to reimagine learning communities in which active producers take responsibility for advancing transparency, collaboration, and trust.
Well, I think the most important thing is I have the responsibility to be truthful. I have to be as accurate as possible, given the constraints of what I know. Secondly, I have to be as clear and accessible as possible.
I think I have a responsibility to be as honest as possible, that I do feel a great sense of responsibility if I'm giving people information. And certainly in my line of work, that's very important, because a lot of times people's lives and welfare depend upon having the right information.
I feel like I have a strong responsibility to, if I'm going to post something that is a news source, to one, make sure that it comes from a reputable news source. And if I'm stating my opinion, I think that I need to make it clear that this is my opinion as opposed to facts. So I think that it's very important that I am upfront and transparent.
My area of expertise is physics, and I perform physics experiments to try to test theories and modeling of nature. And so, of course, we feel a great deal of responsibility in making sure that we're very true to what the data is telling us, and try to be very clear about what our results mean and the probability with which we can extract a certain result. And so all that's very important. But also important is the fact that there are controls in place such that information is properly checked and verified and peer-reviewed to avoid bias propagating throughout the field and shaping the way that we understand our field.
One of the things I want to do in my classroom as a choral director is expose them to the musical perspectives of a diverse community. I think that as musicians, we're often taught the music of old dead white men who are great. Love me some Mozart, but I think that we aren't always being diverse in our choices. So this past semester, I programmed all-female composers, and again, from pretty diverse backgrounds. And this coming semester, one of the things that I'm working on is trying to feature millennial composers and showing how they tackle certain modern day issues. And just really trying to feature diverse backgrounds and get my students thinking about issues that are plaguing us today, as well as perspectives different than the ones they're used to hearing in music.
To tell the stories that I tell as a historian, or in the classroom, or anywhere I am, to sort of look at not both sides of an issue, but all sides of an issue, whether it's a contentious, political issue, or it's just a problem that there are a number of different ways to look at it. And I think being true to that, what I call the messiness of reality, whether it's history or something else, is another kind of responsibility.
In this closing module, we hear from you, the participants, producers, communicators, and researchers who are developing as active meta-literate learners to move beyond the post-truth world. This MOOC has defined the term while delving into several issues associated with post-truth circumstances. As part of this course, we explored meta-literacy as an empowering framework to face these problems through active meta-literate learner roles, learning domains, goals and learning objectives, and the characteristics of the meta-literate learner. We also examined the meaning of expertise and the role of experts in our society. This course raised questions about who and what to trust online and how to build trust in these environments. We also investigated how media can be constructed to misrepresent the truth. You played the role of editor and made decisions about how to combine image with text for a real news story. We examined how the promise of a connected world quickly changed to the disappointment of a post-truth society. You explored ways to reclaim the promise of a connected world by raising and sharing your own voice as a creative and responsible information producer. On behalf of the entire team, thank you for taking this journey with us as we all grapple with ways to address these challenges as engaged, meta-literate learners.